Okay, good morning, Shropshire exhibitors. We are ready to start the show this morning with our fall ram lambs. Shropshire fall ram lambs.
Well, good morning, and it's a pleasure to get to come work with your youth here in the Shropshire at the All-American. And as we start our day 3, it's I'll tell you, it wasn't probably as easy to get up out of bed and roll this morning after going through a long day yesterday. But man, we're all set and focused to start here today. And we start this first class of fall bucks off with, and I'll be the first to admit I'd like to maybe make a change or two at this first buck when we get right in top of him and see him. But I still think he's the logical choice. It's a combination for me in terms of one that you get on top of that one. That one's upper spread of that one's back shape, his roundness of rib cage. He continues that width through his loin back into a tremendously thick square hip, carries that fullness to the ground. Like I said, I'd like to make a change on that one. I'd like to neaten him in his shoulder. I'd like to just tuck him up right there in the base of his chest to make him in terms of ideal. I just think they're just more product of just sheer sheep there to go ahead and let that one go ahead and win. The one here in second, you can just stand there and silhouette those sheep. This is the one I like. I like this one's tall front in it. He's tall. You get on top of his skeleton. That sheep is really big and bold there. He's really shapely down his back. I love that one's tremendous loin edge and hip shape in that one. I just need to crack that one open in the center part of his body, open him up and just make him just a little wider from end to end. But, man, you can't build him any better from the side than that one. The one here in third, he kind of resembles our class winner in terms of just center body and mass. He just doesn't balance quite as good down his top line. He's not as crisp in his muscle shape. He's just one that, like I said, he just kind of fits there in terms of just sheer body mass and still has some balance, even though we could maybe correct his top line ever so slightly. The one here in fourth, he's the big outline buck. He just gets just a little plainer in all features in terms of profile design, but still one, you have to appreciate that one's mass and substance he has to bring to the table. He's one that has some adequate shape down his top. I just need to make that one just a little neater from a presence and balance standpoint when we step off to the side of him. The one here in fifth, he's one that just probably gives up a little bit of overall width and dimension compared to the 4 ahead of him, but still a buck. You have to appreciate that one's length of spine, correctness of top line, and soundness of feet and legs. Another high-quality class of fall bucks. Give them young people a round of applause.
Okay, we're ready for our January Ram Lambs. Placings on our Fall Ram Lamb class. First place went to Emma Chandler from Fredericktown, Missouri with Leininger 4112. Second place, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, Flanders VIP 4314. Third place, Vivian Stevenson from Viroqua, Wisconsin. Fourth place, Weston Pointer from Maple Park, Illinois. And fifth place, Olivia Graves, El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Shropshire exhibitors, the random draw for DNA tests. We've completed a fall ram class, but the second place in that fall ram, the third place in this January ram lamb class will be tested, and then the 11th place in Class 1 yearling ewe, 5th place in Class 3 yearling ewe, the 6th place in the first class of the Februaries, and then your champion and reserve champion ram, champion reserve champion ewe. They'll catch you when you come out of the ring for those.
little challenging in our January Lamb Ram class here. We've got some parts and pieces, and we've got just a little bit of things I'd like to change on every one of these bucks as we go through them here. But the one I just keep gravitating to and just deciding that he's the one that's the most fault-free in a place or two that I'm just going to ride with this one and run. Yes, I'd be the first to admit I'd like to change this one's front-end design. He gets just a little rounder at the base of his chest. I'd like to make him just a little neater at the top of his blade there. He wants to stand up in his chine just ever so slightly, but he's still the one. You get right on top of him. He's still the bigger, bolder option for me in the top side, in his blade and down his top. Yes, maybe I'd like to just give him just a little different set to those hind legs when you get right in behind him, but he's still the one I think's the best one through his center body, up through his, up through there, even though I'd like to make that change there. The buck here in second, he's the one that, man, I like the silhouette of this one just and unbelievably good, and he's the one that's got some shape to the high. When you put this one in motion, he wants to kind of track a little too narrow for me, and and so that's why we went ahead and made some decisions there. I like to widen him where he tracks. I like to just maybe just give him just a little more flank in him just to balance him a little better from the profile, but still one, I like that one's body cavity, and just a little bit, just like I said, make a few changes there on that one. The one here in third is the big volume buck. He's probably the straightest top, probably the most complete one down his top. But you get on the top side of that one, skeleton. He's just not quite as bold and square right out of the backside of his rack that I'd like to see compared to his loin edge. And then you get on that one right behind him. He wants to maybe kind of set a little wide behind. He maybe not want to track his true on those hind two as he goes around the ring. But still one, I like that one's body cavity. I like the extra swoop to that one's belly. I like his straightness of top. The one here in fourth is the one that, man, if you just want to step back behind him and study him from pin width and back shape, he's your guy. But you step off to here, he just gets a little bit too unorganized in the front third of that one's body compared to his chest. He's way, way higher in his chine than I prefer. It makes his top line not blend and balance quite as good. But that one has from the back half of that one's body, that's the one that you like that one's rack shape or back shape, loin edge, and hip shape. I like that one's bone and feature, probably the best of any in the class. We just need to reconstruct that one's front third of that one's body. The one here in fifth is the one, he's probably the power buck of the whole set. He's the one that's around us in his cage. He's the squarest down his back and thickest through his square pin. He just gets a little plainer overall in the general appearance for me. You just need to make that one just a little neater overall. Another high quality class.
We are now ready for our February Ram Lambs. February Ram Lambs. In our January Ram Lamb class, placings first place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma with land run 828. Second place, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, city limits 25021. Third place, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place, Kenyon Buckland from Huntington, Indiana. And fifth place, Lane Fulch from Farmington, Missouri.
Well, it's not getting any easier here, and as we get into this class, we've still got a really good set here in the top 5, and you just like I said, there's lots of parts and pieces we can go through and talk about, and where you want to hang your hat and put your emphasis. The one I went ahead and chose to start with is the one that when he comes in, he draws your attention, and when he hits the ring, in terms of one that comes in head in the air, it comes in and looks like a show buck, and then when you get him propped up, when he relaxes and gets in there and settles in, that one gives you a really, really good silhouette from the side, and then you step in behind that one and put your hands on him. That one's super shapely from the back of his blade all the way back into his hip. Yes, maybe I'd like to just change the set to those hind legs just ever so slightly and make him just go just a little different there. But that one there still has the best body shape and the best touch of the bucks in the class, so we went ahead and run with that one. The one here in second is the one that rivals him in terms of just kind of muscle shape, and on the upside of that one, skeleton, he just gets a little narrower and plainer in his pin and his stifle when you get right in behind him, just to make him in terms of ideal to not get ahead of the one that's right ahead of him. But I like that one's body shape. Yeah, maybe I'd like to chisel just a little bit of chest floor out of that one. And I know it's, I'm getting critical on chest floors, but I'd just like to see them just a tick more up in them, just a hair. But I do like that one's straightness and correctness of top line. I like that one's hip length and width. But like I said, I just like to make him just a little more outside stifle, give him just a little more bulge, just step in right behind him. The one here in third is another one of those tall-fronted sheep that you really like. You start him at the ground. He's big-footed. Carry that to the top of his skeleton. He is straight in his top line. He is probably just a little thicker right in the outside stifle when you get in behind him. He just doesn't play out. He doesn't have as much shape of rack and upper body shape and cavity as the two ahead of him. That's why we went ahead and run him right there in the third place. The one here in fourth is the one that this sheep here is probably the best. He's got the best body cavity in him. He's the roundest caged one. He's the biggest racked one as he comes back. He's the biggest pinned one. He just gets a little outside of himself when he's on the go. He's just a little bit, you like to just give him just a little more twist when you get right in behind him. But he is the big pin sheep in the set, and he just doesn't balance that on the move as good when you would him in motion. And rounding out the top 5, we've got a really complete ram that's just a little more moderate in his stature and just doesn't have the shape of muscle. You get right in behind him. Another high-quality class of January ram lambs.
Our next class will be March Ram Lambs. March Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Our placings on our February class. First place, Jaden Slutz from Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25066. Second place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma, with land run 2501. Third place, Kenyon Buckland from Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana. And fifth place, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. We're now showing our March Ram Lamb class.
as we get into our March class, they kind of lined up on their own when they come in, and here's how come we're going to like them. And I'll tell you why we did what we did and the way I like them. I just think this young guy at the front of this line is just so balanced from the side, so correct in his build, and he's got lots of days ahead of this one. This one is super correct from the time you start him. You start him right there at his neck set. You build that one back down his spine. That one's super soft in there. That one's got a crisp shape down his back and into a thick square loin, into a thick square hip. He looks young, immature, and probably more age appropriate for this particular drive. For me, that one's got lots of days ahead of that one. The one here in second, if you want to run with the big power sheep and get on there, I'm okay with that one. I just think this one's starting to show a little maturity up to his front shoulder, his chest plate. He gets, but for this particular age, he's one that's super big and bold in that one center body. Got a great big square loin and a great big square hip in him. Like I said, I just think that one's just starting to show a little more maturity than we probably need to see at this point in the game. Then we're back here in third. Another one here that's just super complete in his top. He just doesn't have the wow factor in his muscle shape compared to the two ahead of him, but still one that's super correct in his build. And you have to like that about that particular lamb. The one here in fourth is just a good high-performing kind of Shropshire ram lamb, one that's got some substance of bone and body to him. Maybe just need to crisp his muscle shape up ever so slightly. Rounding out the class, another high-performing sheep that's good in his lines, correct on his feet and legs, just needs more wow factor when you get right in behind him. Another high-quality class of ram lambs.
Okay, ready to pair rams up. Pair of ram lambs is our next class. Pair of ram lambs. In the March ram lamb class, first place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma with land run 847. Second place, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, city limits 25091. Third place, Weston Pointer from Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to Vivian Stevenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. And fifth place, Miley Williams, Pendleton, Indiana. Pair of ram lambs is our next class. Okay, we're ready to pick our champion ram and reserve champion rams. So we have first and second place rams back to the ring, please. We'll get you lined up. In the ring, showing for our champion, reserve champion ram, we have our first place fall ram lamb from Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri. Second in that class, Cassidy Shakel from Atlanta, Indiana. In the January ram lamb class, first place to Marina Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. Second place, Jaden Slutz from Maple Park, Illinois. In the February Ram Lamb class, first place to Jaden Slutz from Maple Park, Illinois. And second place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. In the March class, first place to Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. And second to Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. While our judge is making his decision, we'll introduce our judge today. It's J.J. Maddox from Thomas, Oklahoma. Graduated from Oklahoma State University with a bachelor's degree in ag education, and he operates Maddox Livestock, a purebred Southdown sheep operation. He serves as a board of directors for the American Southdown Breeders Association, and he served as president from 2019 to 2020. Let's welcome J.J. Maddox as our judge today. We'll give you the results here of our para ram lamb class that we just showed. First place, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. Third place, Kenyon Buckland from Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place, Lane Fulch from Farmington, Missouri. And fifth place, Weston Pointer from Maple Park, Illinois.
Well, as we get into our buck show and conclude our buck show here, I think the class winners come back out and they represent their breeds very well, or they represent their age group very well in terms of what we end up talking in those particular classes. And I think you and I for champion drive, it gets just a little closer in a place or two, but I still keep gravitating to a couple that I think that probably stay together, and they're very different in their kind, and they're probably a little different in their makeup, but I still think they're the two that offers what I'm looking for, in terms of what we're trying to base, on decisions or of where the industry is kind of running and where we are and what we're trying to, as a whole, is what we're trying to all kind of strive for. Even though both of these bucks probably have an issue we probably could address in a place or two, but I'll go show you the two I like.
Our champion ram was our first place fall ram lamb, Emma Chandler from Fredericktown, Missouri. And our reserve champion was our first place February, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Okay, we're now ready to start our U show. First class yearling ewes. Class number 1, yearling ewes. Just another couple of reminders as we finish up our last day here at the All-American. The thank you booth and the All-American Junior Sales booth is now open. It's back behind the show ring here by the swine office. And please stop by and pick up some All-American paraphernalia, and please write out some thank you notes to send to the sponsors, because obviously without all the great sponsors, a lot of this wouldn't be possible. So please stop by and fill out some thank you notes to get sent to the sponsors. And I believe raffle tickets are still available to purchase. If you haven't had time to purchase one yet, please pick up or take a chance to buy a couple raffle tickets. And then as a reminder to all the exhibitors, you may load tack, but no sheep may be loaded onto the trailers until after the closing ceremonies. And stop by the silent auction. I'm not sure when that closes. We'll get a time for that for you, but stop by the silent auction as well. That's back behind. Also by the thank you booth and the promotional items.
Well, as I said yesterday, it takes a little while to go through yearling ewes. We've got to lap them about twice, and then we've got to sort them down a little bit and roll them again, and then trying to keep sorting, and finally we get down to the 5 that we finally just kind of come to, and just in structural integrity and in body shape and muscle shape and width and dimension. And one thing about the one that wins, this one's never missed a step since she hit the ring, and there's times that we don't even get to see her because she won't let me handle her very much. But when you see good livestock, that's good livestock right there, guys. That's one that's sound-footed. That's one that's bold in her center body. That's one that's shapely out of the back side of her blade, back down her top into a thick square loin end, into a tremendously square hip, carries that width to the ground, and that's one that I think that one there kind of wins for fun for me. The one here in second is another one of those good, correct built ones that's good in their outline. One that's got shape of muscle. Maybe she's starting to put on just a little bit of extra cover than what probably we prefer, which makes her gets a little plainer up about her front third of her body, but still one. We still like to appreciate that one. Still firmness to touch and body cavity she has to offer here. The one in third, she kind of hits there just because we're kind of following type and kind in terms of just length of body, correctness of build, and still has some shape of muscle and firmness of touch. Yes, she too is getting a little barky up on the front side of her skeleton. She's getting a little plainer about her front third of her body as well, but she's maybe a little more corrector in her hip and hind leg design, and the one that's going to be fourth. The one that's fourth, if you just want to rock on and get a hold of one that's just round-bodied and really shapely and hard to the touch and go run a weather game, there's your girl right there. But I think that one just gets a little bit too straight in her hock and her hip and on move, and just doesn't quite go out and get freely as she needs to go. But now there's lots of intriguing pieces for that one and a lot of good breeding value in the breeding pen. The one here in fourth, or fifth here, man, if you can just set that one still and look at that one, I love that one all day long from the ground up. I mean, that one's just as cool as you can build them. That one's just getting a little too moderate for me. She's putting on a little extra cover, which that's probably not in her favor, which starts making her look a little more mature. But, man, that one's deadly from the side and deadly from the look. I just wish that one was a shot bigger and just a shot leaner, and we could run that one to run the big race with that one. With that, there's a really nice set of Shropshire females. Give these young people a round of applause.
We're ready for yearling ewe, class number 2. Yearling ewe, class number 2. Placings on class number 1 yearling ewes. First place, Landry Street from Alexandria, Indiana, with Street 2406. Second place, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with Street 2405. Third place, Leela Street, Alexandria, Indiana. Fourth place, McKenna Malcolm, Garrett, Indiana. And fifth place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. This is Class 2 yearling ewes.
Well, guys, I'll be the first to admit the first 5 don't look probably alike. We've got the one that wins, and I think that one kind of wins just for me, and just in terms of one that just comes in and balances so good and still good at the ground, and then you can bring that one to the top. She's just the probably more functional option for me in terms of one that's just round in her body, one that balances good from the side and good from every angle you look at her. 3/4 good, side profile's good. I think that's just the one we need to go ahead and run and win with. The one in second is probably handles similar to our class winner in terms of just one that has that upper shape on the upside of that one, skeleton. Yeah, she gets a little flatter in her appearance in her forerib, but still she's the one I think that's probably the leaner option from there on throughout the rest of the class there. But still, she's one that still goes around the ring free enough for me and gets but she still has that kind of same handle that our class winner does. The one in third here is the one that, this one here, I like this one a great deal. She just gets a little flatter in her outside stifle when you get right in behind her. She handles with just a little more softness up on her forerib compared to the 2 ahead of her. But still, I like that one in terms of balance and correctness of lines. Just need to make that one just a shot leaner. Here's probably the one that has the most condition in our top 5 in our 4th place slot here. She's one that's starting to get a little more mature up through her front end design. Maybe not as shapely when you get right on top of her. And she's 2, we need to give her just a shot more right in her outside stop when you step right in behind her. But still one that's correct in her top line. Just need to get that one just a little leaner too and make her just a little more youthful through her front end. The one here in 5th is the big outline one. I like this one a great deal. She just needs just a little more flank and maybe just a little more condition on her to help her balance and blend up a little better. But that one there, we can make that one just a little looser on the go and get her spine down in her ever so slightly when she goes and get her just a little more flank. And we could run that one a place or 2 up. Another good class of yearling use.
Okay, ready for Class 3 yearling ewes. Yearling ewes, Class 3. Placings on Class 2. First place, Caden Dare from Arcadia, Indiana, with RA 2410. Second place, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 4254. Third place, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place, Lane Fulch from Farmington, Missouri. And 5th place was Lane Fulch. This is Class 3 yearling ewes. Class 3 yearling ewes. Shropshire exhibitors will announce the list of the random draw DNAs again. Some of them have already been shown, but just for record purposes, the Shropshire DNA random draws: second place, Fall Ram Lamb; third place, January Ram Lamb; the 11th place in the Class 1 Yearling Ewe; fifth place in Class 3 Yearling Ewe; and sixth place in the first class of February ewe lambs, plus the champion and reserve champion ram and champion and reserve champion ewe. That's the list of the Shropshire random draw DNA tests.
maybe a little challenging here in this particular drive, but I still think there's one that I keep gravitating to and moving on and go ahead and put her up here to win the class. She's the good-looking one. She's the one that's probably the correct one in terms of just when you get them profiled and just make them just stand there. Is she the widest constructed one or the boldest in her center body? No, but she's the freshest handling one down her top. She's the one that's the squarest in her hip set and equipping her pin and carries that width to the ground very equally and very symmetrical in her design there. But one that I like we could just make that one just bold her up in her center body and just give her more shape there. And then I'd be really, really comfortable about doing what I just did there. But the one in second is the bigger, bolder option, and I do like that about that one. But my problem with that one is I step right in behind her. She gets just a little narrow right there at the top for her pin set. She gets a little narrower there. She's not as big and thick and square as the one we win with, and she is carrying a little more condition than the one right ahead of her, so it makes her maybe just a little plainer in her appearance up through her front third of her body as well. The really extremely lean ewe in the class and the hardest handling ewe in the class is the one here in third, and she's the one that I like all those things about her. She too is one that we can make more robust in the bottom of her center part of her chest floor, open her in her bottom part of her rib cage, but she's still so correct in her lines when she gets her propped up. Otherwise, we can go ahead and put that one there in the third place spot just for those attributes. The one here in fourth is the other big bold option in the class, and I do appreciate that about that one. This one here, you just put this one in motion. This one just gets entirely too tight in her spine for me. She wants to hold her top line on the go, and at times she wants just a little plainer up through her front third of her body, but still one that's a big bold option. It has muscle. You have to appreciate her. Like I said, just ease that one's top. The one here in fifth, she's been a little challenging to get a look at, and I'll admit that. But when you just kind of let that one settle in and watch her on the go, there's good parts and pieces of that one. There's still good sheep there. She is kind of got here in terms of just being one that is complete on her feet and legs, one that has the kind of a good look when she goes on the ring. She does have some width of body and dimension to her center body and some muscle shape. I just wish we could get that one to show a little better, but a very high quality class. Give those young people a round of applause.
Pair of yearling ewes will be our next class. Pair of yearling ewes. Placings in Class 3. First place, Kenyon Buckland from Huntington, Indiana, with city limits 24,102. Second place, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24,101. Third place, Addison Ship, Keatsville, Missouri. Fourth place, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. And fifth place, Miley Williams, Pendleton, Indiana. Pair of yearling ewes. Our next class will be Fall U Lambs, and then we'll pick our senior champion. We'll have one class of Fall U Lambs. Fall U Lambs. Here are the placings on the pair of yearling U class. First place was Jaden Slutz from Maple Park, Illinois. Second place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. Third place, Lane Fultz from Farmington, Missouri. Fourth place was Addison Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. And fifth place was Vivian Stevenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
Under the class, we had some differences and have some typing kinds here, and we had to make a call here on one, and so we went ahead and moved on with our class and went on. And the one here that wins is one that, man, I don't, she's got a lot of attributes I like, and then there's things I just like to maybe change. I like to smooth her in her top line. She gets just a little weak right behind her shoulder blade, get a little higher in her loin there, but she's still the one that is the wide constructed one that's got some center body and some muscle shape, one that comes into a thick square loin edge. Yeah, maybe we'd like to make her just a little bit better right there at her tail head, but that's being critical of one. But my biggest deal was like she's just a tick soft right there behind her blade, but still like the one, I feel like the one that needs to go ahead and win. The one here in seconds, the big, is the really exotic looking one, the one that's just silky hided and got in, you know, like that about that one. She's super shapely in her back shape. She just needs to be a little wider constructed, to be honest, but she's still one that's the freshest handling one to go ahead and follow second, follow our type and kind of our class winner. The one that's in third here is the big volume U. She's carrying a little more condition. Yeah, I'd like to stouten her at the ground to make her an ideal for her body mass, but she's still the one I feel that's a little more cracked up through her front end design and one that we can just go ahead and live with. They leave right there in third. The one in fourth is the big stout, big body one. Yeah, she's starting to carry way too much condition on her, and she gets that's not in her favor and toward making her just a little more mature about her front end design, but she's still the big volumed one. And then rounding out our top five is a good looking one that's just a little green and immature at this particular point. She just needs more days on feet. Another good quality of Shropshire ewe lambs.
We are now ready to pick our senior champion. Placings in the fall ewe lamb. First place, Jaden Slutz from Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24,105. Second place, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, with Flanders VIP 4320. Third place, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place, Michaela Holdenshield from Kenton, Ohio. And fifth place, Bryson Roberts, Plymouth, Illinois. In the ring, showing for our senior champion, Class 1 of the yearling ewes, first place, Landry Street. In second place was Drake Slutz. And yearling ewe class number 2, first place, Caden Dare. Second place was Cassidy Shakel. And in class 3 of the yearling ewes, first place was Kenyon Buck Kenyon Buckland, and second place, Drake Slutz. And in our fall ULAM class, first place, Jaden Slutz, and second place, Brooke Young.
As we bring them back for our champion drive, our 4U class winners come out, and like I said, they they don't probably all don't look alike, and they've all got their own little issue that we talked about, or ones that we could have some concerns about. But I think when we get back out here, it's it's kind of what you want to lay your hat on, or where you want to put your emphasis, and if you want to go ahead and ride, do what you feel is comfortable for yourself, or what you feel is comfortable, doing, and what I guess there's two different kinds of sheep out here is where I'm going, and where we need to try to figure out where I want to make myself comfortable with at the end of the day, and for me to say I want to be happy and get in the truck and drive home and say that's what I was comfortable doing when I did it, and we're going to go forward to that. I'll go out and show you the two alike.
Our senior champion come out of Class 1 Yearling U, Landry Street, and our reserve champion came out of Class 2, Caden Dare. We're ready for Class 1 January ewe lambs. Class 1 January ewe lambs.
Well, in this class, we've got a top pair up here at the top end, and you have to make some judgment calls. But the one that suits me the best is the one that's just the best fronted one, the most elegant one up through this front third of its body, and that's where we only give that one the nod. That one's just so much neater through its chest floor and through its shoulder, and at the top side of that one, skeleton. And then you bring that one back, and that one's super square and true to the back, to its hip, to a square loin edge, into a thick square hip. That one there just runs uphill for me, and that's the one I'm landing on to go ahead and run with. The one here in second's the big stout featured one. This is the widest bodied sheep in the entire class, probably the widest bodied sheep we've seen most of the day. One that is super big, an upper hip pin shape. Well, carries that, but it just doesn't all coordinate and go together when you put that one into motion. She gets just a little disorganized on the movement. I'd like to make that one just a little neater up through her front body, but that one there is packed full of muscle, and I like that one's really extremely body width, but I like that just needs to be blended and balanced just a little better for me. The one in third is probably the next pretty one in the set. Is one in just her body cavity, straightness of line, straight as tops. This one just kind of plays out when you get right in behind her. She's just a little narrower from pin, narrower pins and narrower to the ground than the pair that's right ahead of her. I do like that one's body and correctness down her top line. The one here in fourth is a long-bodied, correct topped one. She just gets a little plainer up through the front third of her body. Her knee sets just a little up in her, just ever so slightly. But when you make, like I said, that one there just needs just more of the sheep too when you get right behind her. The one here in fifth is probably the most closer, the little skinny one in the set, and that one there really is good looking from the side. But put that one in motion. That one gets a little disorganized too in her movement. But she's a little scared about going the circle, but she's still just the way she put her in motion. Her chest floor and her neck set kind of comes out of her. Maybe not in her favor, but that one there has a cool look and a cool touch when you get right behind her. Give those young people a round of applause.
We are now ready for class number 2 of January ewe lambs. Class number 2, January ewe lambs. Placings in class 1. First place to Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25,041. Second place to Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25,003. Third place, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. And fifth place to Owen Grinstead from Sheridan, Indiana. This is class 2 of January ewe lambs.
This class here, it gets maybe a little challenging. I kind of got all shapes and sizes on the front row here, but I'll finally just weigh them up and decide where I want to go. And I think the one that the one that wins is the one that I think is probably the most correct in her top line. One that still is length of body and just correctness of build. Yeah, maybe we'd like to maybe make her just a little less conditioned, maybe just a little less mature, but I still think she's the one that's got the right pieces that I go ahead and land on to go ahead and win with. The one here in second's the one that, man, I like this one a bunch, and when we put this one in motion, she wants to get just a little tight in her spine. She wants to just get just a little round about the point of her shoulder there when you get right on top of her. But still one, I like that one's freshness of touch and one that has lots of expression. Like I said, I just like to make her just a little looser. She wants to hold her loin just ever so slightly there when you just step off and look at them. The one here in third is that one there's the cool one in the class, and I guess she's kind of my problem one. She's the smallest statured one of the whole set. She's got all the tricked out features that we all like to talk about. I just don't think there's quite a length of body and just overall shape there. There's a lot of shape there. The muscle and mass. There's just not a lot of length and grow in that one. That's why I read her as just being a little more quicker in her maturity. So that's why I went ahead and landed her where she's at. The one in fourth is one that's kind of probably a little deceiving from ringside. She's one that maybe just looks a little rounder and coarser in her shoulder, and she is. And that's what makes my puzzle. She's a little more open at the top side of her blade. She is the biggest, truest rack-shaped one, the roundest bodied one in the whole class, but just some of that front end assembly just gets a little bit questionable. But I do like lots of parts and pieces about that one. That one's got, like I said, got a great big square rack, and it carries it back into a nice square loin, into a thick square hip. I just think we need to reassemble that front end ever so slightly. And then we got the green immature one on the end here, one that's super good to look at, super fresh to the touch, and one that's very, very shapely. She's just still immature in her condition and just needs more time. Another high-quality class. Give them young people a round of applause.
Next class will be class number 1, February ewe-lambs. First class of February ewe-lambs. Placings on second class of January ewe-lambs. First place went to Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25059. Second place, Regan Klontz from Richmond, Indiana, with Diamond Arrow 62511. Third place, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri. Fourth place to Skylar Birch, Christina, Tennessee. And fifth place to Lane Falch from Farmington, Missouri. This is class number 1, February ewe-lambs. We'll make the Shropshire DNA random draw announcements one more time since we have one in this class. So just so everybody knows what was random drawn for the test. We did the second place Fall Ram Lamb, the third place January Ram Lamb, the 11th place in Class 1 Yearling U, the 5th place in Class 3, and this first place, or this first class of February, the 6th place one will be. And then, of course, your champion and reserve champion Ram and Ewes.
I'm just going to follow my gut instinct on this, and first impressions, everything, and that's the one that we're going to use here to win the class. And this one here just out powers, out masses, out profiles, everything in the class here. This one's just super big and bold in her center body, so square and shapely, so good at the ground, and one that just still goes around the ring, very free and easy, one that just collects herself as she goes. She just wins for me. The one for second's the one that follows our type and kind in terms of mass and width and dimension. Yeah, maybe she's not the standard feature one. Yeah, she's probably a little rounder on both ends of her skeleton, but then I'm going to follow type and kind and keep those pair of sheep together. I think that's the only logical place for me to go. I've got the outlier in the middle here to split the pairs up here. This one here is a really good correct one. I'd like to change this one's front end assembly if you really want me to get critical of one. She's a little rounder on the point of her shoulder. Her neck set's not quite as good for me, but I still think that one there still is the next best one in terms of just being more athletic out here in the ring. The next two in the using here, they're my two problem ewes in the set. They're bigger outline ewes. They're ones that's probably a little smoother, a little length of body's a little better, but they just don't keep themselves together in the ring. And when you put them in motion, they want to get high in their loins. They want to get a little movement, just not as restricted in their movement is what I'm going to say. The one that's fourth is the more elegant fronted one, probably a little better out of her neck set, out of the top of her blade, one that carries that back into a long spine. The one that's in fifth is she's a little open in her shoulder. Her neck set comes out more on the front of her blade instead of on the top of her blade like I think it needs to be. She is the bigger, wider option in the set. I just make that pair of ewes just need to be a little more correct on their feet and legs. Another good class. Give them young people a round of applause.
We're now ready for Class 2 on February ewe lambs. February ewe lambs, Class 2. Placings on February ewe lamb Class 1. First place, Laney Pop from Delavan, Wisconsin, with LP 25125. Second place, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 5332. Third place, Regan Klontz, Richmond, Indiana. Fourth place, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fifth place, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. This is Class 2, February ewe lambs.
Once again, I'm just following gut instinct, and I'm just going to sort them on feet and legs, and we're just going to go from there and move on. The one here that wins the class comes in, and she never misses a step once again. She's one that's round in her body. She's shapely up top on her skeleton. She's stout in her feature and moves that back into a thick square hip. That's just a logical place to start. The one that's next to me is next in line is the one that follows Type and Kind. And yeah, maybe I'd like to wait to make this one move a little different when you put that one in motion, but that one still keeps the same kind of body type, body shape, and just mass and width as the one that we go ahead and win with. The one in third is the one I like. I mean, I like this one a great deal. This one's got a cool body shape, handles like a dream. We just got to make those hind two legs just move better and just track better. She's just not getting out of her hip and hind leg as good. I just can't justify the feet and leg for me to move that one any higher today, but I do like that one a great deal. The one here in fourth is just a good-bodied, good top, good kind of sheep. One that's just good on her feet and legs. One that's just got a good look. She's just too narrow pin for me and not near enough mass and bulge up to the top side of her pin set and doesn't carry this width of stifle to the ground. And the one here in fifth is just a good outline ewe that's probably greener and younger in a maturity pattern. One that just needs more days on feed, but that one's got all the right parts and pieces to go ahead and go ahead and mature. But that's a very nice class of ewe lambs. Give those young people a round of applause.
We're now ready for our March ewe lambs. March ewe lambs. Here are the results from the February ewe lamb class number 2. First place, Isaac Doyle with JFSS 25106. Second place, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin, with JFSS 25058. Third place, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fifth place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. This is our March ewe lamb class.
in this class, kind of come together a little quicker and maybe a little more easier to line them up here. The one that starts, she hit me from the time she hit the gate there. She's one that come in. She's one that's got the right look up through the front third of her body. One that's got shape down her top. One that gets into a thick square hip. And one that I just think that's just my logical place to go. The one here in second is one that's made similar to her up front. I like that one's front end design. I like the way she handles down her top. I like that one soft flanking. That one just needs to be just a little different out of her hock and hind leg when she puts her in motion, but still one. I like the front 2/3 of that one a great deal. The one here in fourth, or third here, is one that we had a little initial trouble getting that one on to get a handle, but when you get that one settled in, there's lots of sheep there. There's a big round body cavity in that one that's still got some shape down her top into a thick square hip. Yeah, we could make that one a shot stouter featured if you want to really get nitpicky on one, but that's still a pretty good kind of complete sheep there to stand in the third place hole. The one here in fourth is just a big old stout power horse. I mean, that one's got muscle to burn, and everywhere you look at her, that one's body cavity is tremendous. I would like to make that one just a little different off those hind two if you really want to get critical of one, but that's a super big square hip, one that's a great big square back in that one. You have to appreciate that one. This one here on the last, in the fifth place here is one that's really good in her lines, really correct in her build. She just needs more time on feed. We'd like to make that one just a little bolder through her center body at this particular point, but a very high quality set of ewe lambs.
Next, we'll have our pair of ewe lambs. Pair of ewe lambs. In our March ewe lamb class, first place to Jaden Slutz from Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25,090. Second place also to Jaden Slutz, with city limits 25,095. Third place to Weston Pointer from Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to Weston Pointer. And fifth place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. Pair of ewe lambs. We're now ready to pick our junior champion, reserve junior champion. So we'll bring our first and second lambs back in the ring, please, for our junior champion drive. Here are the results on the pair of ewe lambs. First place to Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Weston Pointer from Maple Park, Illinois. Third place to Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And fifth place to Addison Nicholson from Ellington, Connecticut. In the ring for our junior champion, January ewe lamb, Class 1. First place was Jaden Slutz. Second place, Jaden Slutz. And January ewe lamb, Class 2. First place was Drake Slutz. Second place, Riggin Klontz. In the February ewe lamb, Class 1. First place to Laney Pop. And second place, Cassidy Shakel. In Class 2 of the February ewe lambs, first place, Isaac Doyle. Second place, Hayden Taylor. And the March ewe lamb, March ewe lamb. First and second place, both Jaden Slutz. I just got notification that the silent auction closes at noon. You have about an hour yet if you want to get over there and place some bids on the silent auction. It closes at noon.
Well, as they come to our junior champion drive, we've had a really good ewe lamb show here, and I think they're, the ones that come back out here in a particular age class comes out and represents very well in that particular age group. I guess there's some different types and kinds here on this front row, but I think there's a pair of them that I still think I just think they're the right pair for me to just stay on track on, and two that I think that look like females and look like they can go on and continue and make the Shropshire breed and keep moving forward. I'll go get that pair out here and then we'll get into the champion drive.
Our junior champion, first place January ewe lamb from Jaden Slutz, and our reserve junior was the March ewe lamb from Jaden Slutz. Okay, we're now ready to pick our overall champion. We'll bring back our senior champion in reserve. We'll pick our overall champion. Senior champions just came back in the ring. The senior champion from Landry Street, and the reserve senior champion was Caden Dare.
We've had a good Shropshire show, and as we conclude this particular breed, once again, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to work with the All-American and work with your youth here in the Shropshire breed. It's been a fun weekend up to this point, and we've got to see a lot of different breeds throughout the day, or throughout the last 3 days, and as we come to a conclusion, it's been an honor and a pleasure. I'm not going to say it's been the easiest job for me to stay here and stay hooked for 3 full days, and yesterday was a marathon, and today is I'm feeling the pain of it. So as we keep going through, I'm keeping my mental state safe and keep going through these sheep and giving my honest opinion and where we're at. So I think there's a pair of ewes in this particular drive. I think they just stick together and stay together, and that's that pair of junior champions. We're going right across there for your champion reserve.
Our grand champion and reserve grand champion, our junior champion, Jaden Slutz. January Ulam was the grand champion, and the March Ulam was the reserve grand champion. Both of them exhibited by Jaden Slutz. We'll get some pictures taken, and then we'll be ready to bring in the young flock. We are now ready for our young flock. And Montadale exhibitors, we have just a few classes left, and we'll be starting the Montadales. Best four-head of ewes will be our next class. Best four-head of ewes. Results on the flat class. First place to Jaden Slutz from Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Addison Nicholson from Ellington, Connecticut. Third place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And fifth place to Weston Pointer from Maple Park, Illinois. We're now showing best four-head of ewes. Our next class will be class number 1 of Market Lambs. Market Lambs class number 1. Market Lamb, class number 1, in the ring, please. Market Lambs, class number 1. Here's results from the best four-head of ewes. First place, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Addison Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Third place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. And fifth place to Lane Falk from Farmington, Missouri. Class number 1, Market Lambs.
What a fun class to sort here in this particular breed. And we get one to come to the top. When he finally settles in and wants to be a show sheep, then that's when he goes ahead and gets the win for this deal. And I mean, you start that one at the ground. That one's big-footed and fuzzy-legged. Brings that to the top, the stoutness to the top side of his skeleton. He's got a great big square stand-up rack and a barrel rib cage in him. That's where I just really appreciate that one. That one's loin edge is just a little bigger and flatter than the one that's going to be second, and also a big square hipped. That's why I want to give that one the nod. The one that's in second is the taller fronted option, and I do like that about him. I just don't know if he's as round and true in his shape right out of the back of his blade as the one we start with. He just appears just a little rounder out of his rump when you get right behind him. He's not as square right there at his pin set, and I like to give that one just a shot of bone to give him just a stout in his feature ever so slightly. The one here in third is the power option. I like that about that one. That one's super big and round and stand-up rack, and that one just reads a little more quicker in its maturity pattern. May not be quite as elegant up to its front end, and maybe just a little rougher down his top line, but man, that one's packed full of muscle. You have to like that about that one. The darker featured one here that's in fourth, one that's big, round-bodied, one that's got some shape of muscle. It's just not as true and crisp in its muscle shape as the three right ahead of it, but still one you like the body, the volume that one has to offer. And then rounding out our top five, we've got a big crisp, a big back, big racked one that just runs a little downhill, not as tall shouldered as the four contemporaries ahead of it. A very excellent class. Give these young people a round of applause.
We're ready for Market Lamb class number 2. Market Lamb class number 2. First place, Marie de Rosier. Did I get that right? From Palestine, Texas. Second place, Cole Knittel from Downs, Illinois. Third place, Emma Haig from Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Fourth place, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And fifth place, Brenna Hubbard from Cushing, Oklahoma. This is class 2 of the Market Lambs.
we get into this particular heavyweight class. We've got a really nice set of sheep in this particular ring, and then we come to the top with the one that when he comes in the gate, he kind of draws your attention. You start him at the ground and you build him up. I mean, that's a big, stout, featured one. Take that to the top side of that one's blade, and that one's really big and opened at the top side. He's the shallower option up to his chest floor. That's why we went ahead and give that one the nod to go ahead and win. Maybe I'd like to just freshen his touch just ever so slightly, but he's still the one I like the best in body cavity. Bounce through that one's front end design. That one's thick, big, square hipped, and big fuzzy legged to go along with all the power he's got to bring to the table. The one here in second, he's probably the crisper, harder, muscled option of the top pair. He's really crisp about his shape. I just read that one just being a little deeper and plainer about his front end design compared to our class winner. He's not quite as stout featured, but I don't think that's an issue for that one. That one there kind of still balances really good from the side. I just like to tuck him up right there in his chest floor to be very nitpicking critical one. Now we talk about one this big and creasy muscled in this here in third. I mean, this one's got power and mass for all day. I just wish all that muscle would kind of balance and blend a little bit together a little better, but that was big and creasy. I mean, you can see it from ringside. That one's big and bold in every angle. You look at that one, I just like to make him just a little bigger stature just to make him in terms of ideal. The one here in fourth, I think this is a really, really good kind of sheep. He just didn't get and probably presented as good as he needs to. He's got an attitude today, but there's a lot of sheep in that one. You get your hands on him. There's a big rolling back. There's a big back, a big rib cage, big thick square rump. Maybe just like to make that one give him a better attitude and make him just show like a show sheep, and then that one probably get a place or two ahead of him there. The one here rolling out to our top five, one that's really big and big backed and really cool at the top side of that one, skeleton. He just gets a little narrow from end to end for me compared to the ones that's ahead of him. Give these young people a round of applause.
We need to hold those first and second because we'll bring back the first and second from the first class to pick a champion market lamb. So we need those first and second from the first class back in. Results from your class number 2. First place, Brindley Crowell from Evansville, Wisconsin. Second place, Gavin Pfaff from Norwalk, Wisconsin. Third place, Emma Thompson from Kempton, Indiana. Fourth place, Miranda Schramer from Maple Park, Illinois. And in fifth place, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana.
It's been a good Shropshire weather show, and like I said, once again, thanks for having me to come work with your youth here in the Shropshire show. And as we conclude here, I think we got a really nice set of weathers out here in the ring. I think it comes down to a pair of men and a pair of boys, and I think we're going to stay right there. That pair of stout heavyweights are going to be our champion reserve.
Champion and reserve champion came out of that second place. Number 2, Market Lamb class. Champion Braylon Kroll from Evansville, Wisconsin, and the reserve champion Gavin Pfaff from Norwalk, Wisconsin. That concludes our Shrop. We'll take a few pictures here and be ready to roll right into the Montadales. And reminder that the Supreme shows will be held over in the other building with the blue and white rings. Over in the other building is where the Supremes will be held. You'll get a 15-minute call for when we're ready to head that way with those, but those will be held over in the other barn. Silent auction closes at noon. You have just not quite a half an hour. Silent auction closes at noon. Go and check out the silent auctions, and I believe the promotional table and the thank you table is going to close down around that same time. So please, exhibitors, get over to the thank you booth, the thank you table, and get some thank yous written out for the sponsors, and then pick up some promotional items when you're over there as well. And again, a reminder that you can load up tack, but no sheep allowed to be loaded into the trailers until after the closing ceremonies. Silent auction closes at noon, so get over there and get some bids put in the silent auctions, and we're going to be lining up, checking stuff here, and we'll be moving right into the Montadales shortly. Okay, Montadale breeders, we're starting your show with your fall ram lambs. Montadale fall ram lambs.
As we come into our fall buck class, we got 5 individuals here in this particular drive, and I'll be the first to admit that there's a little things I'd like to maybe change on all of them, but the one that I think we can probably just run with, or the one I feel comfortable with, is the one that's going to win the class. I think this one's just a little more correct in his lines for me. He's neater about his shoulder, he's neater about his neck. He comes out of the top of his blade. He's a little shorter fleece than some of them, a couple others back through here. So maybe we're getting to see a little more raw shape of that one. But that one still, I think, is the best in his body wall. He's the one that sets more correct on his front, from his front ankle up to the top base of his chest. He's just a little, he lets his knee flex just a little better. He's square when you get right in behind him. That's what I ahead and give that one the nod to win. The one here in second is kind of resembles type and kind. He's the one that did, like I said, matches our contemporary winner here. He's a little, I'd like to set that one's knee back in him just a little bit. He wants to bump just a little bit over his knee, just ever so slightly. I feel like that one probably just has a little more squareness when you get right behind him and take that to the ground for me. Like I said, that pair of bucks, I think, complement each other. And then rounding it, then the buck here in third, he's the big volume buck. He's got a little more fleece on him, so you have to kind of read through that a little bit. He, too, I'd like to set his knee back in him ever so slightly. I'd like to maybe just make him just a little bit square when you stand right behind him. He wants to sickle those hocks ever so slightly, but I do like that buck's composition. I like that one's the way that one's body shape is. The one here in fourth, he's the one that just gets a little deeper and plainer about his sides. I like two, he's one, too, that we would like to maybe just make him just neater in the base of his chest floor. He is thick and square. You get right behind him. He, too, I'd like to just square up those hind hocks ever so slightly. And then we've got the smaller statured buck in the class. He's one that is just a little rounder in his body than probably rounder, just a little more smaller, just a little frailer in his feature work, but still a good class of fall rams. Give those young people a round of applause.
Our next class will be January Ram Lambs. Next class is January Ram Lambs. Placings on our Fall Ram Lamb class. First place to Kelsey Patterson from Hannah City, Illinois, with Eckerd 455. Second place, J.W. Sims Reisner from Albine, Illinois, with J.W. SR 767. Third place, Mallory Corzat from Berwick, Illinois. Fourth place, Maya Barr from West Plains, Missouri. And fifth place, Jace Kors from New Holland, Illinois. If someone from J. Harris family wants to come up to the announcing table, J. Harris family.
as we get into our January Ram Lamb class here, I think we got a pair of rams that come to the top relatively easy for me in terms of just substance and correctness of spine or correctness of build. And then maybe we'd like to maybe make them just a little freer as they go around the ring. But I think they're comparable. I think they're both acceptable in that area. So the one I start with is one when you put your hands on this one, there's lots of sheep under that wool. I mean, that one's big and bold in his center body, and he's got a big loin edge in him. He carries that thick into a square hip. And I think that's just my logical place for me to start. The one in second is the one that, man, he might be just a little neater and prettier about his front third of his body, but still, I think that one there. But he just doesn't have quite the substance of body and turn to his body cavity when you get right on top of him and put your hands on him. I do like that one a great deal. If we could just soften his spine just ever so slightly as he goes around the ring. But that one there's got a really nice silhouette when you step back and look at him. The one here in third, he gets here just on sheer just mass or just sheer correctness of build, and one that's got some muscle down his top. You get your hands on him. He's really good to look at from the side. Yeah, maybe we'd like to just crack him open in his center body, but still, that one's still acceptable in terms of the way that one's muscle shape lays on that skeleton. The one here in fourth is another one that's just a good kind of correct build. He's kind of maybe a little less in performance compared to the three right ahead of him, but still, that one's probably the next most correct built option that we've got here in the particular ring here. One that's got a nice body in him, a nice flank line in him. Then rounding out the class, we've got a big outline buck that when you put your hands on him, maybe he's not quite as correct down his spine as the ones right ahead of him, but still one that you have to appreciate that one size and stature he has to offer another high quality set of Ram Lambs.
Our next class will be February Ram Lambs. Next class will be February Ram Lambs. January Ram Lamb class, first place went to Mallory Corzat from Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 25-14. Second place, Jasmine Gates from Cairo, Missouri, with Jacobson 25-25. Third place, Oliver Marshall, Monticello, Illinois. Fourth place, Jace Coors from New Holland, Illinois. Fifth place, Mia Barr from West Plains, Missouri. February Ram Lambs.
out in our class of Ram Lambs here, we get a class in here, and we didn't have as many in here, so we let one go back, a slick shear, one that just probably just maybe not quite as structurally correct as what was left here in the ring. But the one thing that we're going to do, we're going to start with this one here to win, and I think there's a lot of good sheep under this particular fleece that's there. That sheep's got a big round body in him. He's got muscle down his top, one that stands good on his feet and legs. There is one thing that I would like to maybe make a little better and change him ever so slightly. I would like to give him a little more testicle size to make it in terms of ideal compared to his temporaries. But I'm going to go ahead, and I think there's enough sheep there and more real animal there than what's going to be here. So I'm going to go ahead and ride that one and go ahead and just accept that his testicle size could be just a shot better. The one here in second, man, that one there, when they get him relaxed in, he's really good in his lines and really correct. And then when I decided to go ahead and lay him in second is that he's just not quite as bold in the center base of his chest floor. He's not quite as bold as the one we started with. I do like some things a little bit different. I like some things about that sheep. He's really correct in his line. He's got some muscle. You put your hands on his top. One that stands on some good fun, good feeding legs. Like I said, just make him just a little bolder right there in the heart of his chest to make him move up here. The next buck in line is another really correct one. It's just maybe just a little smaller statured buck than compared to the two contemporaries ahead of him. Maybe just a tick shorter from Bonnie, but still one that I think is probably more correct in his build and more correct down his top line than the one that's going to be fourth. The one that fourth is another lamb that's just, he kind of fits our frame size and stature of our buck that's in third. He just maybe not quite as smooth and not quite as square and true out of his hip than the buck that we started with there in third. And rounding out our class, we've got a big outline ram that's got some length and some dimension. We just need to give this one stouter and just make him a little wider from end to end. Another good class of Ram Lambs.
Our next class will be March Ram Lambs. In our February Ram Lamb class, first place to Mallory Corzat from Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2576. Second place, Ava Marshall from Monticello, Illinois, with Eckern 509. Third place, Jace Kors from New Holland, Illinois. Fourth place, Hazel Lumen from Lake City, Minnesota. And fifth place, Lydia Lukman from Waterloo, Illinois. March Ram Lambs.
One thing about it, you guys made it easy on me in this particular drive, and I'm pretty sure that we could put a bunch out here with him, and this guy could stand some competition, and he'd probably be still standing right there looking at us. This one here's, he comes in, and he's one that draws your attention, and man, that one's just good at every angle. You look at that one, you put your hands on him, there's still a lot of sheep under there. That one's pretty correct, built down his top. That one's got a big loin edge and I think a big, thick, square hip. Like I said, that one's a pretty nice kind of March buck lamb.
Our next class is Pair of Ram Lambs. Come pick that up from you. First place in that March Ram Lamb class, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2588. This is our pair of Ram Lambs. Pair of Ram Lambs. We are ready to pick our champion and reserve champion Rams. So bring on our first and second place Rams in each of the classes, please, for champion, reserve champion Ram. Here's the placings on our pair Ram Lambs. First place, Mallory Corzat from Berwick, Illinois. Second place, Mia Barr, West Plains, Missouri. And third place, Jace Kors, New Holland, Illinois. In the ring for our champion Ram, Fall Ram Lamb class. First place was Kelsey Patterson. Second place to J.W. Sims Reisner. In the January class, first place to Mallory Corzat. Second to Jasmine Gates. In the February Ram Lamb class, first place to Mallory Corzak. Second to Ava Marshall. And in the March class, first place, Mallory Corzak.
Well, it's been a good Montadale Ram show, and I think we've got 4 individuals that are come out, and the class winners that all represent that particular age breed well, or kind of what we had. We started the day off with a really kind of big, pretty one, and then we get into some ones that get a little more stoutness and more power to them as we go through them. And I think there's one that just kind of excels in my mind in terms of just one that just has a little more punch, so just a little more to him. And then there's one that I think has got a really very bright future ahead of him. I'll go show you the pair I like.
Our grand champion Montadale Ram came out of the January class. Mallory Corzat, and the reserve champion came out of the March class, also exhibited by Mallory Corzat. Grab a couple of pictures here, and then we'll be ready for our Montadale yearling ewes. Okay, Montadales, we're ready for your yearling ewes. Bring in your Montadale yearling ewes.
Apologize, it takes a little long here to try to go through and get some thoughts and try to figure out where I'm going to be. But I think the one that the wins is the one that I've kind of been set on since we walked them the first trip around. And you know, there's a lot of sheep under that wool there, and I mean, she's correct on her top, she's correct on her feet and legs. She's one that when you get her posed up there, her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder really good. She's nice and neat about her shoulder. She comes back into just a really nice square hip, and I think that's a very logical place to start. The one that's next in line, she's a little shorter fleece, so that makes her just a little trendier looking, but I got to thinking, I mean, she is the firmest touching of all of them, and she's probably just a little straight better in her top line than a one or two down the line, but I just finally got to step back and just look and say, is there enough true sheep there? That's why we went ahead and run this one second, but I think she's just a little correcter. She's just a little better in her finish for me. She's not carrying as much on her quite as much as a couple here in the next two places here. The one here in third is one that just silhouettes so good, and she still balances good from the side. To me, she gets just a little bit off in her top line when, you know, she's got a little extra wool right there behind her blade that makes her just have she's got just a little dip there, and you put your hands on her, not quite as true down her top line, but that one there's just a little neater up there front end, she's still got some cover on her, but she's just carrying that weight a little better up through her front third. The one here in fourth is the one that, man, that's a big volumed individual, and that one's straight in her top. To me, she just gets a little extra finish up her. You can see it there in her elbow pocket. She's just got a little extra condition there, which is making her front end just a little more bulky and making her not quite balanced quite as good. But that's a really nice individual that has that kind of volume. I just wish she was just a shade little leaner right there in her forerib. The one here ending up the class is one that's she hadn't really wanted to settle in and do a good job at getting her presented here, but there's still some good sheep under that one. That one's still pretty good in their lines. One that's got some muscle, some look from the side. She just needs to be just a little bigger compared to the 3 or 4 ahead of her. Another good class of yearling ewes.
Our next class is Slick Yearling Ewes. Slick Yearling Ewes is our next class. In our fitted class, first place to J.W. Sims Reisner from Albion, Illinois with 3J Coyers 1087. Second place, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois with Patterson 2402. Third place, Jasmine Gates, Cairo, Missouri. Fourth place, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. And fifth place, Clara Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota. We now have the slick-sheared yearling ewes in the ring.
We get into our slick yearlings here. Maybe just a little bit of give and take here on the top pair, but I think the one that Uncle chose to use is the one that's probably just a little better right there coming out of the back of her neck. She's just a little shapelier right there out of the back of her blade. Her shoulder fits a little neater, nicer right there at the base of her neck. Her shoulder blends just a little better. She's one that, yeah, we'd like to maybe take a little condition off, but she's the one that just kind of poses up and gives you the best look from the side. She's the stoutest feature one of the whole set there. The one in second just follows her in type and kind. She's one I thought her right there when you get your hands on her, she wants to open her blade just ever so slightly, not quite to be as true and smooth into her neck attachment, but still one that you have to appreciate the volume she has to bring to the table. The one that and one here in third is one just a big outline ewe that just probably needs more, needs just a shot more power and width and dimension to compare with the pair right ahead of them. And then rounding out the pair, we've got a big outline ewe. I just like to see that one just to be a little deeper in her flank and just a little more condition overall. A very high quality set. Give them a round of applause.
Next, we'll have our pair yearling ewes. Pair of yearling ewes. In our slick yearling ewe class, first place went to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2462. Second place, J.W. Sims Reisner from Albion, Illinois, with Jacobs 2401. Third place, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. And fourth place, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Next up, we'll have our fall ewe lambs. Fall ewe lambs is the next class, and here's our pair of yearlings. First place to J.W. Sims Reisner from Albion, Illinois. Second place to Mallory Corzat from Berwick, Illinois. And third place to Lydia Lutman from Waterloo, Illinois. We're ready for our fall ewe lambs, and then we'll pick a senior champion. Fall ewe lambs.
in our fall ULAM class. I chose to start with the one that there's just more sheep in this one than the one that's going to be second. You know, maybe this one's maybe not quite as elegant up to its front end as is the one that's going to be second, but I just think there's just more true sheep there and more more correctness of build and stoutness of feature to go ahead and win. I would like to make that one's nostril color just a little darker to be in terms of ideal, but that one there's still, I think, the one that needs to win. The one in second's the one, if I just want to stand here and just pose them, that's the one I want to gravitate to. But you put your hands on that one, there's just not quite as much sheep and shape there when you put your hands on that one. But that one's super gorgeous to look at, and I appreciate that on that aspect of that female. The one here in third, just another good complete one. This kind of got some center body, some correctness of build. Just one that just didn't have enough pump, you know, just maybe not as elegant up through that front shoulder and neat as the ones two ahead of her, but still one that you have to appreciate. The one here in fourth is one, maybe we hadn't just got quite enough, seen a good side of this one to just kind of see what that one's front end actually maybe, you know, looks like, but it just appears to be just a little deeper and chested there compared to what's ahead of. But she's one that's just a little correcter, a little more muscular down her top compared to the one that's in the fifth. The one in fifth's a really good looking unit from side. She's just probably just a little thinner and greener in her condition at this point, but she's still one you like the balance and quality of that one from the ringside.
Next, we'll pick our senior champion. Placings in the fall ULAM class. First place to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2502. Second place, J.W. Sims Reisner from Albion, Illinois, with Mum 2422. Third place, Clara Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota. Fourth place, Mia Barr, West Plains, Missouri. Fifth place, Chase Coyers, New Holland, Illinois. We're ready to pick our senior champion, Montadale U. In the ring showing for our senior champion, we have the first place yearling from J.W. Sims Reisner, second place to Kelsey Patterson, and a slick shorn yearling ewe, first place Mallory Corzat, and second place J.W. Sims Reisner. And in our fall ULAM class, first place to Mallory Corzat, and second place is J.W. Sims Reisner.
Senior drive's been good, and as we get these 6 individuals out here, I think they still represent what we talked about in class, and I think there's a pair of them that sticks together, and I liked them in that particular drive, and I still think that's the pair I'm still going to really stay hooked on, and that's that pair of yearling ewes out of the first yearling ewe class.
Senior champion, our first place yearling in the fitted division from J.W. Sims Reisner from Albion, Illinois, and in reserve senior champion Kelsey Patterson from Hannah City, Illinois. We are now ready for, we got to take a couple pictures, yeah. Get a couple pictures and then we'll be ready for our January ULAMs. Okay, we're ready for January ULAMs.
as we get into our here this class of ewe lambs here. I think there's still one that comes to the top, or there's a top pair of them that kind of stay together and have stayed together since we've got here. So that pair right there is at the front line here. The one that wins is just a little more of her. When you put your hands on that one, there's just a little more turn to that one's upper skeleton, more turn to the base of her body cavity. It's still one that's really correct on her feet and legs when she goes around the ring. One that you can just appreciate that one on several different angles. The one here that's the next in line is the really good looking one again. That one there's got the skinny neck coming out of the top of her shoulder. Maybe she just reads just a little more frailer and immature than the one that's right ahead of them. But I do like that one from the profile. That one they're just probably just hitting this nut. Sheep there is the one that we start with, but still a very, very tough pair at the top end of this. The one here in next is the one that's in third. Man, there's some sheep in that one. That one's got some meat animal shape, you know, if you want to, if that's important to you. But that's still a really good built one. She's just in a smaller status. But that one there's got some shape, got some correctness to build. Go ahead and let that one be third, even though she's maybe a shot frame size smaller, or just maybe more immature is maybe the proper word we should say there. The one here fourth is, man, that's a big volumed one. You have to appreciate that one. That one there, when you put that one in motion, that one gets just a little bit rounder through her rump and out of her spine. It just rotates her spine, gets a little rounder out of her rump than I prefer. But, man, when she stands there, you still like that one really good. When she settles in, just when we put that one in motion, we've got to change that one just a little bit. The young men here at the end here, they kind of had a hard go of it there early, but when you put your hands on that one, there's actually some shape of muscle and some correctness of build in that one. That one's just a little smaller than she probably, probably a little smaller compared to the contemporaries, but there's still good quality animal behind that one. That's why we left that one in the ring. A very high quality set. Give the young people a round of applause.
We're ready for February ewe lambs. February ewe lambs will be their next class. Places on the January ewe lamb class. First place to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2510. Second place, J.W. Sims Reisner from Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 766. Third place to Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. Fourth place, Jasmine Gates, Cairo, Missouri. Fifth place, Mia Barr, West Plains, Missouri. February ewe lambs.
Well, as we get into these Februarys, it kind of come together for me pretty quick when we kind of put the first handle, and then we first walked them, and then we kind of got them put kind of in order, kind of the way we wanted to. Here's we kind of go. But the one that wins, I think that one there's just kind of the combination of the pair of ewes that's up on the top side. This one here is just a little bolder and a little square right out of the top side of her neck, and one that I like that one's extra volume and extra stoutness at the ground compared to the one that's in second. The one in second's the one that's super gorgeous to look at again, one that probably just doesn't give up. She gives up just a little bit of power and substance and width of dimension compared to the one that wins, but that's a really, really dynamic pair on the top that you have to appreciate. There's some give and take in that pair. If you want to change them, I'm okay with it, but I like the extra volume of the one that wins. The one here in third is just the one that follows type and kind and pattern, and just when you get them silhouetted up. Yeah, on the motion, I'd like to maybe make that one go a little different, but, you know, I guess, you know, I may accept them when they accept that one a little bit, but when that one there props up, I like that one a great deal. The one here in fourth is one that's got some more volume and mass than the one that's going to be in fifth, but this one here just kind of is a correct built one. Yeah, I'd like to give her just a shot more overall width and dimension when you get your hands on her, but still one that patterns up good when you put her here on the profile on the front line. The one here that ends up fifth, you know, I'll be the first to admit I'd like to make this one go just a little bit and soften her spine when you put her in motion, but still when you get that one propped up and you get your hands on that one, there's some actual shape in that one, and there's some actual look in that one when you get her propped up there on the side. Another high quality class. Give those young people a round of applause.
February, placings on our February ULAM class. First place, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 770. Second place, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2544. Third place, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. Fourth place, Jace Coyers, New Holland, Illinois. And fifth place, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. We are now ready for March ULAMs. March ULAMs.
Once again, they kind of come together here after first handling, first walk. And when this one come in the ring, I thought, well, this one's going to win. And so that one there is just that one that when she props up, there's just everything comes together on that one. That one's good to look at from the side. And then that one, you put your hands on that one has some substance of muscle and substance of body cavity when you get your hands on that one. And when that one's just wants to pose neck like a show sheep, that's a really good look from the side. Young man's view here next is one that she probably maybe has a little more shape right to her loin edge than the one that's in first, but I just don't think this one's quite as linked the body. This one's just probably not as free on the move as the one that wins the class, but still there's lots of good valuable pieces in that one. You have to appreciate that one for just the substance she has and loin edge, muscle shape, and still gives you a relatively attractive package on the side. The one here in third is another one that I like. This one's linked the top line, corrects the top. Maybe she just needs just a little more right when you get right in the center of her body. She just reads just a tick flatter than I prefer at the base of her forearm, but still one you have to appreciate the look she gives from the side. Then we've got a pair of young immature ewes on the end. I chose to use the smaller of the options here. I think that one's just a little neater through her front shoulder and front end assembly. One that's got some shape of muscle to be that young and immature. Still got several days on feed there to get that one to catch up with her contemporaries. And then running out here at the last 5 here, we've got one that's still good in her lines. I just didn't feel like that one was quite as neat up through her front end assembly as the one that was right ahead of her. Another excellent class of March ewe lambs.
Our next class is slick ewe lambs. Next class will be slick ewe lambs. In our March ewe lamb class, first place to Mallory Korzak from Berwick, Illinois. Korzak 2582. Second place, Jace Coyers from New Holland, Illinois with Eckern 520. Third place, Oliver Marshall, Monticello, Illinois. Fourth place, Clara Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota. And fifth place, Hazel Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota.
Single entry in our slick ewe lamb division here, but still one that brings us to the table some length of body and some growth and some performance. Maybe one we'd like to maybe just give her just a shot more muscle shape when you get right on top of that one, but still one you have to appreciate the length of body, the growth performance she has to offer. Another great single entry class.
We are now ready for our pair of ewe lambs. Pair of ewe lambs. Slick sheared ewe lamb was Laura Seward. Bolvar, Ohio. We are now ready for our pair of ewe lambs. Pair of ewe lambs. We're ready to pick our junior champion. Junior champion U will be our next class. In the para-ULAM class, first place to R.J. Sims-Reisner from Albion, Illinois. Second place, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third place to Mia Barr, West Plains, Missouri. Fourth place, Jace Coyers, New Holland, Illinois. Fifth place, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. And the ring showing for our junior champion. We have the January ULAM class. First place, Mallory Corzat. And in second place, J.W. Sims-Reisner. In the February ULAM class, first place to J.W. Sims-Reisner, and second place to Mallory Corzat. In the March ULAM class, first place, Mallory Corzat, second place, Jace Kors. And in our slick sheared, Laura Seward.
As we get into our junior champion and as we conclude our kind of get to through our youth show here, once again, I'd like to say thank you for having me the opportunity to work with the youth here in the junior show and the Montadale side and get to work with the All-American here. It's been a pleasure, and I think the junior show here in the junior division here in this particular ULAM division, I think there's a pair of ULAMs or a trio of ULAMs here that kind of come to mind. You know, there's one that like one, just the substance of body that one carries and the width and dimension she has. The one like the next one, the look and the way she has to pattern. Is there enough overall substance to that one when you get right on top of her and look at her from the front end assembly? Or then we've got one that's just kind of the fault-free one that may just not be far enough along quite yet. So I'll go show you the pair I like, and then we'll get on to the overall drive.
Our junior champion out of the January class, Mallory Corzat. And reserve junior champion was our March ULAM, also exhibited by Mallory Corzat. Okay, we're bringing back in our senior champions. We'll pick our grand champion, you. Coming back in the rings, our senior champion from J.W. Sims Reesner, and a reserve senior champion from Kelsey Patterson. And of course, our junior champion and reserve junior champion, both exhibited by Mallory Corzat.
As we conclude our show, we've had a nice youth show. We've got a pair, two sets of breed division champions here, and they come out, and I'm very pleased with both of them. They come back out and they assemble, and they all kind of have the same similarities when we start looking at them. I think there's one that might be just a little more sheep there today, and the other one I think's got a really very bright future. We're going to use your senior champion for your grand and our reserve for our junior champion for reserve.
Our grand champion, you, is our senior champion from J.W. Sims Reesner. And the reserve grand U is our junior champion, Mallory Corzat. We are now ready for our young flock. Okay, we're ready for our young flock. And I'm assuming we have most of the Montadale exhibitors in the ring. So exhibitors, After we're done with the show, they want to take a picture over at the backdrop here. So, Montadale exhibitors, all you kids remember, after the show, gather over here by the picture stand. They want to get a group picture. Okay, we can start. I think most of you have. Start gathering up your best four-head of ewes. Placings in the flat class. First place to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to J.W. Sims Reesner, Albion, Illinois. Third place to Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. Fourth place to Jace Coyers, New Holland, Illinois. And fifth place to Mia Bar, West Plains, Missouri. We have the best four-head of ewes in the ring at this time. And then we have a market lamb class. Market lamb. We have one market lamb. Market lamb is in the ring. And here's
Well, we've got one single market lamb here, and we've got one that you have to appreciate the growth and the correctness of build of this one. Maybe just like to give this one a shot, just more flesh to make him in terms of ideal, but still one that you really like. That one's feet and bone work. I mean, one that is still correct in its design. Give them young people a round of applause.
we have a couple of class placings here to announce. A few other announcements. We have the best forehead. First place, J.W. Sims Reisner. Second place, Mallory Korzak. Third place, Chase Kors. And fourth place, Lydia Lukman. The market lamb class was won by Cade Jones, Rochester, Indiana. Montadale exhibitors, you are requested to meet over by the picture booths, picture stand for a group photo. The Supremes will take place over in the other barn. They will give you a heads up. 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock. I was just been told that's 15 minutes. 15 minutes, 2 o'clock for the Supremes in the other barn.